morning, everybody. Welcome in. How are we all doing today? Oops, nope. I need to zip that. Fill in the window. Window is missing. All right. Morning, Square. How you doing? All right. We were looking at this situation. I've got two of you heading to here. Two of those. That's quite the kerfuffle there. What the hell? Oh, that was me doing that. That's right. So I have that one there, and the one in front over there. Okay. So that one and this one are both going up to that at the moment. That goes up to the... Wait a goddamn second. Okay, this one and this one are going to the quartz line. This one's going up to the concrete line. How much is this using? Just want to double check. 60 times. That's right. So that's supposed to be using a 1200 line. Let's make sure that one's a pure. If these are both pures, then I'm going to shift this around, and one of them's going to go up to another concrete production. This one comes from this direction. Hi, handsome. How you doing, Darius? Mr. Darius coming to say hi, chat. Stompy, stompy. Stompy, stompy, huh? Love you, handsome. Oh, I was gonna say, wait a second. Where the hell is that the limestone going? But that's sulfur. It's going where it's supposed to. Duh. Alright, so we've got this limestone is coming from the north. It's coming from off over in this direction, so it will be a pure. Any of the ones coming in from the north are pures. We have 5 total. There's 2 more up there. Okay. Should have notated that on the sign. Alright. So we can confirm that one's a pure. There's 2 other limestones coming in here. For that, so where do they come from? here. All right. Over here. Means they're coming as one of these. Likely they're both normals. Yep, they're both normal nodes. So I could theoretically combine both of those into one line. Oh, organization. Where's that display sign? Yeah, let's do that. Would help if I managed to hit the straight button first. That other one seems to be moving, so... actually work on getting rid of this for now. I know I'm trying to force 1200 onto a 780 belt, but it will get replaced with Mark 6 when I can unlock them. Till then, it may be a little underperforming, but oh well. Not like I'm maximizing the concrete coming out of it yet. Ooh, excuse me. I just don't make less of a mess. Go. Hey, Moss Rock, how you doing today, buddy? Building out central storage. Nice. There you go. Aw, come on, really? See, what I should have done was I should have combined both of these into one. Because it's only 1,000 belt, but I left them as 500s. Those ones will get combined. And I think what I'll actually do is I may actually swing this around so that it does combine. That's probably what I'll end up doing. When I set this one up for its outputs, I'm gonna have it... Here's an idea. I could just tie this into that, this into that, and then make them 1,000 that way. Then I don't have to fuck with all the belts. That's a much easier way. Alright, let's bring up the other limestone we're gonna need. To be on this one here. Morning, Mitronino. How you doing? Avoid belt congestion. We're gonna go this way. Ah, yeah, the silica line. I'm starting to build out my central storage. Slowly. Alright, we'll leave that last section because I don't know where over here it's going to poke up out of the floor. Limestone. Pure. It'd help if I put the right direction of belt in there, right? I remember back when you couldn't change the belt direction. Bingo, done. Other end. Need to set recipes, tie things together, and then we've got our belts. 1,000 per belt. That'll be fine. And then next thing we're going to do is steel beams. And encased industrial beams. Steel beams we're not going to use a ton of. So I'll probably just build out, excuse me, one or two. Like build sets for them, depending on how much I'm making. Northwest corner of the Rocky Desert is going to be your central storage. Northwest corner of the Rocky Desert. Where the weird alien circle patterns are on the ground. In this area? Or is it, or are you talking up here? Ah, up here. I hadn't really noticed the ground over there, to be honest with you, Mouse Rock. I'm gonna have to look at that now. Wait, now that you mention it, there are some... The ground is kind of weird right outside the cave, isn't it? Alpaca coming in with a hydrate, stretch, and the animal treats. I will get to those treats, just not for a few hours, Billy. Well, I can go do that in just a minute, Musrock. Oh. At least the pain is starting to go down a little in my knee. So, for those that were here yesterday at the end of stream, I ended early so I could try to start working on my bathroom roof, which never happened. We could not find my shingle stripping tool. And by the time we managed to get another one, it was already late in the day, and my wife was having to run errands and trying to get rid of recyclables to the dump, because we have a recycling center we need to bring them all to. But I ended up having walked around a bunch trying to help find things and help my son out with a project he's working on. And came inside, I was dozing on and off, ended up not going to bed till midnight. I've been up for an hour now, so 3.5 hours sleep. Hooray. About the usual. But I woke up with my knee like on fire. It felt like I had an elephant standing on my kneecap. And I'm supposed to actually start the roof this morning. Just not having walked around much because of my back. Now the extra use was sitting there going like, yeah, there's kind of some weirdness going on the ground. All right. I need to double check. I think that line of quartz that I've got going on up there could use another that one there. I think I can put more to it, but that's neither here nor there. In case we need beams, and I'm gonna start them in this corner. I did get some pipe started up last night, so we've got some of that going into storage, and I've got a belt that I can use for some reductions. Probably tie it into encased industrial beams or something like that. But I've got a small 600 pipe a minute production. Radioactive places up there in Mitronino. Top of that spire. Alright, so steel beams. I'm using this one. We're gonna end up with a wow, it uses a lot of concrete. It'll basically tie up one of those concrete lines that I just made. Plus it will tie up an entire steel ingot line. .6, so I'll have a weird remainder on one of them. And I'm only going to get 390 beams out of it. Yikes. I mean, that's still a lot of beams. Gets me 90 more beams than this recipe would give me, though. Actually, more than that, because that was assuming 1200, so. Yeah. I get 50% more beams. Be using some concrete. It's acceptable. Alright, so what I can do, actually, is I can make beams here. That's a much bigger space than I actually need. Or, given how small a space I'm going to be using is... I think really all I'm going to be using them for is screws. Because I think I use an alternate on this recipe, and I'm not going to be using that recipe. Well, I will be using them here. So yeah, basically screws, case in the flexible framework. Yeah, I use the alternate, so we don't need them there. So yeah, it's only ever going to be this one section of beams, which will cover me for everything. So we're going to do it down over here. I'm only using 360. This is a small foundry set. 80 per 700. So I cannot use this one for the other recipe. It will be too much off of this concrete to do that. Because this is also, I think, the one tied into my storage. So we'll do them here. I will pass the belts down this side of everything. I'll bring them right in across the top of this to here, and then back again. That's what we'll do. Yeah, you do use a lot of concrete, but concrete's easy to make. So for iron plates, don't use it for iron plates. Steel ingots. Are you talking about steel pipe, maybe, Mossfrog? Yeah, 'cause I can do beams right here. More than enough room. I wonder if I shouldn't that's already in. I'm not gonna move it. I shouldn't try to place it here on the edge, so I can try and do another set for pipe. No, I'll just let pipe go here, and it can wrap around it, and the beams will kind of be in the middle. What we're gonna do. I have a 10 foundry set up. No, I only have this 14. Go to 5. Belt feeds on the wrong side. What I should do is I should, for spacing's sake, put one of those in. Then I can grab this. I have it coming in right over the top of this. I'll need two of them coming in right over the top of that. Which can then be reduced to the height of 2 here. Wrong spot. Alright, sorry about this, chat. I gotta run to the bathroom real quick. Be right back. Right, I'm back. Just got done phase 1. So you haven't gotten that far. Everybody has their own play style. There's nothing wrong with any of them. Take it slow, enjoy it. Nothing wrong with that there, Mitronino. Hello, Mr. Darius. I hope you're handsome. Oh, wait a minute. Well, this is going to be a bit of a kerfuffle. A kerfuffle, I will say. So you go as high as the second floor. Kerfuffle. For sure, a kerfuffle. What's this for? Nothing. Okay. So we can bring concrete and steel beams. Might be the ticket because that's steel beams coming back, right? No, that's iron ingots. Never mind. That is steel beams. No, that's iron ingots again. Yep, and that's plates. Iron ingots, iron ingots, iron ingots. Steel ingots going upstairs. There's another steel ingot line. And that's right, this one here, I hadn't realized that I need to split this yet. This one I haven't actually realized I had to split yet, because I realized that up there. Right? That's what I did? No. This one had two. Okay, yep. And I think I still need to split these, don't I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 12, 13. It's 26 of these. Jesus, I packed this one in, didn't I? I need to split these, and I'm just now realizing that. Why did I do it? I think it's because of the iron ingot output, right? What the hell was I doing? 16. There's where I get to 1040. Yes, yes. Yes. Okay. Not playing at the moment, just woke up. Yeah. That's, how it be. Okay. I need to split my steel ingot output. How did I get a third setup? I thought I only remembered having 2 iron setups over here. 2.5. Wait, that's right. It's because, never mind, I'll shut up. Come on in there, Koopa Teague. How you doing? Well, this is awkward. This is awkward. Yes, Koopa. I've got a lot of goals for this particular playthrough. Primarily, it's using all the uranium for stuff. So as I'm building out, I'm planning for massive expansion of things as needed. And I'm just realizing I screwed up horribly with this whole foundry setup that I've got going on here. And it's, yeah, I'm just realizing I've messed up horribly. I was only worried about the inputs, not the outputs, and now I'm going, oh, but that doesn't work, dummy. Last I checked, I want to say I was 37-ish. $39 of 44. I need a couple more milestones in Tier 9 here. The Golden Nut, completing Phase 5, MAM, and reaching maximum world height. Yeah, I'm not far off. Shit, how do I want to do this? So now I've got this little remainder here. That's why they're not touching, because I went way out to there. Yeah, I'm gonna end up doing something with it. I don't know why I'm putting that back, but no matter how I group it, because of the way this is set up at the moment, no matter how I group this, I don't have the space for merging things. So what I need to do is come down here to this one and take this apart a little bit. To see about how I want to set this up for the sake of merging outputs. Good morning, Mr. Bobcat. How are you doing, sir? You've caught me in the middle of an oopsie. Now I'm trying to figure out how I want to correct it. I hope you got some sleep. You're trying to pick your brains up off the floor. I know that feeling. Hopefully you managed to get caught up on some sleep and you're feeling a little better. So what I can do is I can pass this back along here, because that'll make a 1200 belt. Wait. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's only 12. Hang on a second. That's already... Oh no. Did you go crazy mad scientist, Bobcat? Because if so, I want to see it. So what I need to do is those need one of these, and those need one of these. You keep them even outputs. Or I could just leave this the way I had it and still have two outputs, but it'll be 12 and 14. Yep, we're gonna do that. Yep, and the latest thing. Oh boy, now I really want to see what it is there, Bobcat. Really? I mean, obviously, if you guys aren't already following Mr. Bobcat, I don't know what you're doing. But make sure you give him a follow. He's definitely worth the watch. He comes up with some crazy stuff. And it's inspired me in many builds that I've done. It's phenomenal what he manages to do, especially with the base game blueprinter and all of what he can accomplish with that thing is freaking amazing. Alright, we need to go like this. Take this all apart. Mr. Average Viking, welcome into the channel. Welcome in. How you been there, Mr. Average? Hopefully you've been above average. Like myself, who's dreading the work to come today. Which will likely knock me out of commission for a few days. If I feel as bad as I did just from yesterday's brief little stint of getting about, I can only imagine how I'm gonna feel after a day of roofing. Spot picks up in Discord. Your Discord? My Discord? I'm guessing your Discord? All 4 layers of the double track sections as one blueprint. Oh, my Discord. Okay. Holy Jesus, chat. That's one blueprint, chat. This is one blueprint made with the base game blueprinter. I like this. You need to show me how to do this. But we'll get back to that. Yep, base game blueprinter. All done with the base game. 4x4 blueprinter. Mr. Boomhauer, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream there, Boom? And ads hit. Yep. That is crazy, Bob. That is crazy, sir. Alright, I need to rethink this. Oh shit, God damn it. My failure to do the math right is now going to screw me royally. That goes upstairs. That is coming off of this group of 12 times. It's only a 720 belt. Not a 1040 belt. God damn it. How's it going there, Madruga? Yes, with 1.0 I did start a brand new playthrough It now has 230 something hours on the playthrough though, so 235. Alright, so I need to reevaluate. So I'm using 15 a minute here. 28. Okay. Good. What in the hell? What the hell math was I smoking? Oh, okay, I did it as two separate ones. What in the hell kind of math was I smoking? Two separate runs of plates, that's fine. 28 times 15 was 420 plus 18, 438. Oh man, I don't even know what I was doing. Because this here is a 6. This is using 600 steel ingots. Then 38. But I'm not making. Yeah, what I'm going to end up doing is I'm just going to. What I was doing is coming out of the wall, splitting the belt, and going partly that way and part of it here. What I'm going to probably do is this is going to just stay for this group. There will be some excess on this belt. Who cares? And then I wonder, can I... Maybe I can save this. Maybe I can save this. Because it's this one here that I'm using. I'm wondering if I can't reorient. There's not really any way I could... Need 7 machines. Change. Just say, I wonder if I could, like, split the belts here to make it work out, but I likely can't. Just means I'm going to end up leaving almost 300 ingots a minute on that belt. Hang on. I'm using a smart splitter. So I could overflow into another belt. I could overflow it this way somewhere. Pick up another belt of steel. Bring it back to the pipe. Overclock these to match, and then this belt output potentially. Okay, hold on. We'll basically be adjusting how much pipe we're making, and I'm fine with that because we're going to need a lot of pipe. So I want to maximize what I'm doing. So if I were to look at this bottom one here, these inner, 14? So this bottom belt is these inner 14 at 60 a minute. That's 840. Alright, hang on a second. That inner 14, it's 840. Plus the... Okay, so... 282. 1122. I know this concrete line's good for it. I just need to figure out how much to overclock these all to. If we promise this direction first, then come this way, smack. I need to remember to fucking plug these windows. Alright, alright. Then we need a merger. So now we have 1122. I'll make this work. We have 12 of these. Each one needs to be taking in 93.5 steel ingots a minute. .87 parts a minute. Oh, great. Now there's a bunch of dismantled crates stuck underneath these things. There is a dismantled crate stuck underneath this thing somehow. Where the fuck is this dismantled crate? What about 47.5 moss? Sounds good, Sir Walsh. Appreciate the lurk, buddy. Oh, yeah, no, 93.5 steel ingots per minute usage amongst this group. It will mean it outputs 1122 onto this steel pipe, which I should probably mark. Yeah, it is what it is. Like, I'm the one that forgot to do the math on the outputs to make sure everything was neat up here, so it is a nasty number. But, the consolation is, it's mostly, that line currently goes into storage for me. Of course you fucking upside down. Yeah, unfortunately we don't have wall holes, but yes, normally I do the same thing. Specific numbers of what's going where. I haven't started doing it. I need to start doing it so I can look at it more easily. So it is what it is. As far now as the steel goes for the setup down here, my numbers are going to change. Because I was under the impression 1040, it's not 1040 going in here. It's going to be making these molded steel beams. It's going to be different. So that's going to affect this quite a bit. It likely means there will be an underclock in here. Alright, let's... Wrong direction, but whatever. Alright, so we're gonna do this. Yeah, the clock speeds on those are gonna be funky. Because they're relying on 120 a minute worth of steel. Actually, no. This could actually make my numbers nicer up there. I was planning on underclocking for 1200, I think is what I had planned on. Yeah, there's a 10 foundry setup there, which would be 1200 a minute to run that. But if I went 1, 2, 3, this is 840 on this belt. I could take that belt there for my steel ingots, run it upstairs, have an 840 belt coming down to this. I really only need now 7 foundries, not 10. But I've already got the 10 here in placed. What I should do is look at the concrete side and make do on the other side. What if I went... Seven, 6. $10.40. That's too much. Shit. What's going on there, Nuke's Toy? How do you change the color of the hand tools? They are based off of your customizer, your Fix-It Factory swatch. When you press X, this changes the color of your hand tools. Because they go based off of whatever color your factory is. That will also, of course, change your wall colors, your machine colors, belt colors, and so on by default. Now, if you wanted to, say, use this assembly switch, hold on a second. I think I might have just fucking... There it is. There it is, chat. Fucking got it. Why didn't I see that before? Aha! But if you, what is it? It's, if you right click, you could change this to be certain things. As the select, as your normal, like default color. Like you could change this to be your default or whatever color you want for defaulting for stuff that you do. Hey, we got it to match. Don't know why I didn't see that sooner. Thank you, Nukes Toy. Alright, yeah, there's no good math for these. No matter which way I cut it, there's no good math for this. There's just no good math for this. Where is directly above that spot? Okay, so that's right in the middle of this. Well, that's something to potentially consider. Let's go take a look at the concrete for a second. I always borrow something there. So right now, concrete, as we look at it, is 1,000 per line. It's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 20 on one line. So we get 1,000 concrete per line. If I take, I don't want to take that much of that line. How do I want to split this all up? That recipe just doesn't have, I mean, it's got good numbers here. So if you do 10 and 10, sure. But my previous numbers just don't make for good numbers coming into this. So the only way I could do this is if I'm not using some of these lines. which kind of defeats the purpose of trying to maximize things as I move forward. So I could add a few to make up for this. Yeah. Well, that's what I was thinking. If I did 2 separate lines and I did a 7 and a 6, I could take both of those from that other production up, and it would be 13 here. But 13 makes it so I don't have enough concrete coming in. I would be 40 concrete short. But I could always go break up my production lines and swing one of those around the other way to make a 1050 line, and the other one 950. Did I not? Oh, I didn't plug in this second set, you dummy. There we go. We got a 950 and a 1050 line on the concrete now. Of course, I spun the damn thing the wrong way. Oh, damn you. Is that a line of concrete? There it is. So this line of concrete needs to go that way. A long ways, but it needs to go this way. Needs to be somewhere in here. The iron I'm not worried about. I know where that's coming from. Somewhere in one of these. Wrong spot. Did I really put those backwards? Damn it. There we go. I just need this to match. Right heights. Thank you very much. I am fucking doing fantastic today. I'll figure this shit out eventually. I really do know what I'm doing. Other than poking a bunch of fucking holes in my factory and not filling them in at all, I know what I'm doing. I promise. Alright. All of this is gonna come out. Deal with that later. For you. Let's get the concrete to there. The iron is easy to deal with. We'll figure out how I'm gonna split everything up. We've got our 1050 coming in. It'll make one line of beams. That'll be all we'll need. I know what will be. We'll put some into our storage, the rest will be for screws and versatile framework, and call it a day at that. I also need to start thinking next floor. What do I want to use for material on the next floor? Up. Yep, that's what I'm gonna do. Normally, I had been doing glass every other floor in update 8. This update, I think I might do something a little different. I'm going to use my 5x5 template. I just need to know... Alright, so it should be here. Well, this is awkward. Don't care. It works. Go! Go, Gadget. Let's go check on the doggos. What do you think, chat? What do I use for? Do I go to a regular concrete and just alternate those? Do I do the grip metal foundation for the next floor? Taking suggestions. Heat sinks are good. They really use fused modular frames, though. I mean, slugs and alien parts aren't bad because I can't get a hold of them. Well, I do the slugs, I just can't do the alien parts anymore. Ooh, those are nice. I mean, not all bad. You guys brought me a couple slugs at least. Some heat sinks. Do. What do I use? What do I use? Hello, handsome boy. What you doing? All right. We need 14 boundaries. Well, 13 in total. This 14 isn't going to do me any good because of the way it's plumbed. Well, I could potentially use this one here. Pass one iron, one steel up over the top. I'd have to move my power poles. But do the 6, split it, and then the other one here, down here, split these 50% a piece. Makes one nice neat output, one nice neat input set. I kind of like that. I line it up center with this group. Okay with this. Looking down at the end, plenty of room down here. I do one of those numbers, then I can pass the beams back down one side or the other, probably that side. going there, Mad Alex? How you doing? Had to move the whole train station and its platforms on nudge back as I wanted the output belt with the center of the foundation. It is. Yep. Oh, I'm still definitely addicted. It's just right now I'm trying to work with kind of shit numbers here and there to make things work out better later. So this is going to be our 6th group. There's our 6. That. Okay. We're getting there. Mr. MacGyver, welcome in. Alright. There's that. We gotta set our recipes. We gotta put power to these things, and so on. Alright, and this one here needs to be... preload to get rid of some of those. Throw those on an output belt. Holy crap, changes to Steam are going to drastically change Steam power. Just saw yesterday's FFF. Are you talking about Steam, like the gaming platform Steam? And what do you mean by yesterday's FFF? Which game are you talking about, West, dude? I'm so confused. Oh, I see. I've played all of 3 hours of Factorio 2 years ago, I think. So I've got no clue on that one. That one is, yeah. That's a lot of concrete, MacGyver. That's a lot of concrete, sir. What? It's not time to get up. It's a Saturday. What do you want, dog? I'm not waking the house up right now. Don't snort it. It's not that time yet. power that fucking horn. Run out of iron rods in your factory. See, I'm like not gonna be using any iron rods at all. It's gonna be beautiful. All alternate recipes, sir. Tav said there was an alternate for screws. Yes. Yep. There's several alternates for screws. There's the cast screws, which are 5 iron ingots. Instead of having to make the iron rods, you go straight from ingots to screws. Or you can do what I plan on doing for the only place you need screws, is I use steel beams. In which one steel beam becomes 52 screws. And the only place I even use screws is in the modular frames, because I use this recipe here. Steel is so easy to make though, West Dude. There's so much coal on the map and so much iron, steel is easy. When you're using this recipe right here, you make a fuck ton of steel. Nope. Nope, this is all base game, Mad Alex. The mod manager has not yet been updated for 1.0. Just let Tav know I'm lurking in his stream. Alright, yeah. I use this recipe here, you get so much steel. The bolted frame recipe too, this playthrough I've only used 2 normal nodes of coal. Yeah, especially now that we get 1200 belts. Steel is way too easy. Because I mean, there is a shit ton of coal on the map now, so doing this recipe is nothing. Especially if you're using one of the better recipes for iron. Like I'm using the pure iron ingots. I mean, that's a lot of iron. Yeah, they added a ton of coal nodes. They added a ton of coal nodes. Here, I'll show you something. We're gonna close this out. Item inputs. So, version 8. We're going to go item inputs map. So, on the map, in update 8, you had 30,000 iron coal per minute maximum and 70,000 iron per minute. Here, this is what we're gonna do. Take a snippet of that. And go over the 1.0. I'm gonna open this up. So they added, by the way, these are just map limit resources. Going from update 8 to 1.0, because we can now get access to our actual 1200 belts instead of 780. Your bauxite availability went from 9780 to 1230 to 12,300. Caterium went up, your coal went up by more than 30%. Your copper actually went up by another 8,000. Crude oil went up because they added crude oil. Your iron went up by 22k. Limestone went up by 18,000. Raw quartz didn't go up that much. They moved a lot of them around. Your sulfur has gone up by 50%. Well, yes, there was a ton of bauxite prior to 1.0 Mossfrog. The problem was you couldn't maximize a bunch of the pure nodes. You were stuck at a 780 belt, which is why this limit is so much lower. Because this is factoring in the belt speeds. Nope, copper went up. It went from 28,860 to 36,900. Again, you've got to factor in the belt speeds. In update 8, we were limited to 780. Now we can get a Mark 6 belt that does the 1200. So it's not like they increased it significantly with nodes. It's just now we can utilize the full potential of a Mark 3 miner overclocked on a pure node. Now, I'm still on a Mark 5 belt, and a lot of these things I'm doing, like, I'm, you know, this is being set for a 1040 belt. Well, that's Mark 6. I'm only on a Mark 5. But I know I can get to Mark 6 with a few unlocks, so I'm planning everything out in such a way that when I get there and I'm making the Mark 6 belt material, I can just go ahead and start upgrading these belts and be fine. Yes, production's going to be a little fluctuating at times because things are going to starve and stuff like that, but I know it's going to be corrected. So rather than build for 780 and then have to try and change it all out for that, I'll build for the 1200 so that I can just upgrade the belts later and be fine. Exactly. That's why a lot of numbers went up, even though they removed some nodes. A lot of the numbers went up because now we can utilize the full potential. Because they never added any bauxite nodes, but you've got these pure bauxite nodes like here and up here in the, up in here. You can utilize the max potential of those belts now with the Mark 6. That's where that increase came from. Yep. Yeah, same amount of shards. You just need to make the Mark 6 belt material. That's why I'm like, let me get my production squared away here so I can rip out the old shit, start producing a little bit of everything, which is why I want the next floor to go on. Because I'm going to start like, alright, this is going to be probably all the steel beams I'll use. But I've got room now for steel pipe in this area. I'm going to start copper wire over here, quick wire down over there type deal. Well, I'll probably do copper wire and quick wire over here because the Caterium's being done underneath here. But that's where I'm at with things. I've got alclad sheets being made now. I need to get casings being made in this area here probably. Because it's a lot of math and figuring things out, going like, all right, what am I going to use where? How much do I need of this? I can start aluminum casing down there, stuff like that, but I want to start the more complex parts the next floor up. Brother. Yeah, I've got hype train already formed this morning.
Fat nuts eat shit, mate.
Fat nuts eat shit, mate. Yeah, see, having a 4 monitor setup, Matt Alex, I usually will lurk in a bunch of other people's channels while I'm doing, oh, is he? 4K subathon? 12-hour 4K subathon. Fucking right. Yes, sir. Um, Obviously, for those of you that aren't following Mr. Average Viking, he's an amazing streamer. Really good dude. Go give him a follow. Check him out. As a matter of fact, hell, if you guys all go over there and stop watching me to watch him during his 4K subathon, I'm fine with that. He deserves it. Hopefully soon he can get partnered, because he deserves it. He really does. All right. We've got beams being made. I need to get them back and into storage and into the building. So let's swing them, and we're gonna bring them right. You know what? We're gonna bring them right back across the top of this concrete. Just because of the wonderful things it does. That should be able to make it up there. It does. Fantastic. Alright, we're gonna come over here, add one there. There, ding, 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 ding. We're gonna make it look supported, I guess. Alright, now how many steel beams am I actually fucking making? I don't know! Time to go do some math. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 times 45. 585. That's way more than I thought I was going to be making, so that's fine. Let's put a sign on it, so we know. While we're at it, we can also put a sign on the iron rods and the plates that we've got coming in here, the steel plates. Organization. Is that right? Upside down? Nope. Amazing. side down. We're gonna go beam. I said 585, right? Indeed, I did. 72 on you. That I should have multiple things of oh, okay, only one plate is going in at the moment. I've got 2 here, so we're running full tilt on all of this stuff. I got 28 here. That's right. So it's going to be 14 times 45. 630. This other one is also 630, but I don't have room to punch it into the wall right now. Nope, not that. God damn it. I fucking typed here. Go away. Alright, dum-dum-dum-dum. Alright, so we've got the steel beams. Let's get them down, get some, we've got to go all the way down to the ground. Get some tied into our storage. Should have another weird center spot, right there. Yes, indeed. Overflow out that side. Well, I need you to be a smidge more this direction. And we're going to overflow out this side instead. Put a floor hole here. Like so. Clean up this because I don't need it. We now have steel plates here. Right, steel beams, yes. I'm gonna go beam. Again, not at all necessary to do this, but if I want to do a major project, I'll have things here in storage. I thought I had pipe down here too. Have I not yet brought pipe down? I did. Did I not mark it? I did not mark it. Right, because you're pipe. Yes, you are. There. Alright, so beams are down in here now. Got that done. Copper wire. I think I want to start copper wire here. We'll do quick wire down there. Well, let's take a look. Hold on. Copper wire. God fucking damn it. press the right keys, man. What do we use it in? Cable, but we can also get cable another way. Which I think I was going to use the... No, insulated cable, so we will need it for cable. I'm not using this recipe. I will not be I might be using stitched iron wire. Well, that's what I'm going to figure out, is how much I need, and then figure out how I'm going to make it. Because I've used this recipe in the past for using 1 Caterium. You get a shit ton of output. And there's a ton of copper around. There is a ton of iron too, yes. Just makes slow, so what I'm trying to figure out now is, like, what am I going to use it in? So I know I need it for cable. The reinforced plates, I do believe... no. Probably use the bolted iron plates this time around. Probably do the bolted iron plates this time around. Well, that pisses me off. Yeah, probably use the bolted iron plates. We're not using it for stators. We're not using it for rotors. We will use it for the cable. I mean, automated wiring, I'm just going to use the basic recipe. I don't care about throughput. I don't need a ton of it, you know. It's just for making our phase 5 parts. So I'll just have 1 production churning away at it. So really all we need it for is the cable and maybe this stitched iron plate recipe. No, that's right, I said I was going to use bolted plate. So we really only need... and the SAM fluctuators. Which we don't really need much of those yet. So I think if I make up 1 set of the fused wire, basically using 1 copper line worth of fused wire, or 1 copper line into this recipe, you make a shit ton of wire, which should cover my cable needs if I'm using the insulated cable recipe. Because that should cover things like high-speed connectors, wire, oscillators, whatever I might need the cable for. Though iron wire is tempting. Just put the machines to it, let it go, and then save my copper for other shit. It is WAPS attacks, but you can get a metric shit ton of screws with a couple of beams. I mean, it's not that big a deal if you're using a little bit of, a couple of steel beams. And as far as steel beams go, most of the stuff that you would use them in, you can alternate recipe out of using those. Notice that because you sink all excess production, I'm raking in the points. Yes, that is one option there, MacGyver. I have not set up a sink area yet. I do plan on having one for sinking excess items, but right now I'm more concerned with trying to get some production online for all of this shit, so I can erase all the existing crap I have outside of this production facility. So I know I need copper sheets. I'll be using copper with the quick wire. I'll be using it in the aluminum sheets. I will need some of this and I'll need some of this. So if I save my copper for that, I do the iron wire. It's doing it 22 and a half. If I take a 1040 belts, 12 and a half is an awkward number. That's a lot of machines. That's a lot of machines. I got 1040 there. Well, rather than underclocking them all to 80%, I mean, it does make nicer numbers. Yeah. Could do that. Then it's 104 machines, though. How much cable am I going to be making? Yes. Yes, counting in tens is easy, and it does make some decent numbers here, because then I could actually do it as a line of 1200, a line of 600, or 3 lines of 600. 3 lines of 600 makes it nice math. Because then you'd end up with, you could end up with 1 line of 900 cable. Actually, no, because you're using a different recipe to get the cable. Stupid. You're using this recipe to get cable. I'll shut the hell up now. $450. I could underclock this as well. Well, wouldn't need to. It would make an even 40. So, let's see this. Wire that way isn't a constructor, is it? Yes. So it would be 104 constructors. If that's what I wanted to do to make copper wire. I have the space, I have the power, why the fuck not do it? Just to take up a ton of space here. Alright, Moss Frog. You've been suggested this morning. What do I want to use for the next floor material? Because I don't want to use the coated concrete necessarily. I would rather use like maybe one of these 3. So give me a suggestion. Or do I paint it a different color? It's just going to be the next, like, slightly more complicated parts. Right now I'm making wires and beams and cables and things like that. So next floor will start in with, like, a lot more assemblers and manufacturers making things like the high-speed connectors and shit like that. We'll consider this like basic production. 1 or 2 items in, the next floor would be mildly complex. You know what? We're gonna do wire down there. If I'm not using copper for it, we're gonna do wire down there. Concrete with a carbon steel. So standard concrete. With a carbon steel. Or a chrome finish. I do like that carbon steel. But this chrome is nice. Chrome it is. Because I'm going to have to start laying that in. The only annoying thing is I can't lay in these, but that's fine because they don't fit the rest of the grid. So let me make... Load building 5x5 floor with lights. We're going to call this this next one Chrome concrete. No, Chrome conch works for me. We're gonna leave it that icon. I'm gonna change the color. With a chrome finish. I need to change this one to say, where is it? We want to select icon. We want to use the right foundation color because it's they used the wrong icon. You see that? They used the wrong icon. It's funny. Should be one that's just 5x5 now floor. We're gonna call we're gonna add a subcategory and we're gonna call this category factory floors. We're gonna move it up with our factory stuff. I call it this one here needs to be removed because we just changed the name of it and added a new one. We should also have 5x5 glass. Yep. Apply changes. I need you to be just above. Please, let go. We need to do one of these numbers. Let's go. First things first, concrete. Next thing, chrome. Oh, it doesn't copy the fucking chrome? That's bullshit. It don't copy the chrome. That's bullshit. Alright, where's the first? Alright, so I need the center of the first one to be here. Like this, right? Oh, that's so crap. It doesn't copy the chrome finish. That's so crap. Damn it. Yeah, it applies if I make a blueprint. It won't apply to me putting the middle down, but now that I've got this in, that's fine. It'll blueprint out all that stuff. Chromecrete. That's gonna be shiny as fuck, boys. Yeah, because there's lights here shining up, but they don't. You don't notice them. Like, they won't shine appropriately until there's a floor above them. It's like this, you don't really notice much light coming out of this unless you're standing over it. It really shows the light, though, once you put something above it. See, it's like there should be another one, right? It's that one, so 1, 2. 1, 2 should be right. No, here, I think. Yeah, see, right here. But you notice you don't really see the machines lit up that much. Well, it does now. But then there'd be another one like right here. You don't really notice the machines lit up. Even though there's lights in... Oh, it's this floor here. You don't really notice much light coming out of this. It gets much more noticeable when you put shit over the top of it. If I do that, and now it's got something to bounce that light off of, it's gonna have a lot more white light. It's really weird why it does that. I don't know, but it does. should be there. And there. Ah, out of concrete. No biggie. Oh wait, just a second. There, it needs to go there, dummy. Alright. So we're gonna go down here. I'm gonna take one iron line and we're gonna make our iron wire. We need 104 constructors. I have some 20s. I don't know which one's which, but we're about to find the fuck out. There's that one, and what's version 2? Let's let those load, find out the difference, and then we'll use whichever one we want to need, or we need to use. Just take a minute for the belts and all that stuff to load in. Why is it so low of power over here? One of the wires underneath here not attached right? Oh. They never got extended, chat. Looks like we need to extend some wires. Wait a minute. Did I miscount? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th. 1, 2, 5th. Do I end with a 4 underneath here? Oh, because I shortened this by 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, 5th. Alright, I'm just not able to fucking count this morning. I'll shut up and keep wiring. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Hey, dipshit. Figure your shit out. Two, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. You miserable bastard. Right, 1, 2. Right, 1, 2. Over here we go light. 1, 2, 3. You mop it. Come on, really? Not even in the right spot. All right. There's that. Now we need to do the other side of this row. If I remember right, I'd do something like this. Oh, I already extended the wires over here. I just didn't do it over there. Okay. Okay, I did not do the same wiring shenanigans over here. I believe I had done something like this. Okay, here. To like here, to here. Like that. Next one over, next one over. So then I attach this. That. And it just served as a cross piece. Managed to get a nice Caterium finish vertical stripe when placing a small concrete pillar. Yeah, those finishes add a lot of potential texture to things, don't they? I think I need to increase this on my concrete upload, because I had 4 of them before, and now I only have 2 upload. And I think I want to increase that. So I need to figure out how I want to do that. Yeah, wire to the next over. Yeah. Okay. Let's. Like, come out of there and up like I did. what I could have done let me see something. Did I have be nice if I could like merge that into the up. Do I try to do something like that, or do I just come straight up with it? Let's do this instead. Let's get rid of these. There we go. That'll flow 960 a minute upload. Yes, I know I only have 780 a minute right now, but again, you know, we'll get there. If I'm using concrete, and I have a huge buffer there, so works for me. Alright, back to the wire situation. These are now fully in. We've corrected the power issues underneath the floor. Now what I need to do is figure out which one of these two I want to use. So version 2 is missing all of this stuff around the outside. And it looks like it's feeding 2 into 3. And so version 2 is just missing basically this part and this part down here. So it's a little more tileable. Version 2 it is. space it this way. And what I want to do is have 2, 2, and 1 in the middle at the end, if possible. I do 1 starting here. What I'll do is I'll have the iron come up like over here or something like that and split. Yeah, I can have the iron come up, split, go this way and that way. Then it'll go into the next set, then it can merge again and go into the last set. I think that'll look cool. We want to space this equidistant right about here. Alright, we're gonna need to do some shenanigans with the belting, but, you know, we're getting there. Alright, so we're gonna have... Actually, what I can do is I can take this section here into this section here, and that one into that one. That. Mergers. That's not going to work. Hold on a second. We can put the merger. How do I want to do this? In the end, we're going to end up with an output. Let me mark this out. We're going to have an output. Output. And an output from there. going to be it's 18 a minute. So I could theoretically split this, force it that way, and have 2 900 belts when I'm done. That would be the even math. Because I could take all of this, dump it basically into this. It would get really awkward math if I started to... Let's see here. 10, 20, 30, 40. I'd have 40 into this one. Then I'd have 40. No. It's 20 here. Oh. Let me do the math on this. Alright, so we'd have 10, 20. Oh, hey. We would have 32. Dummy. And we would have 36 and 36. So we'd have 36, 36, 32. My math is mathing so far. So I think splitting this last set. Put a splitter here. Have it merge with this one here. Alright, so now I'll have 2 outputs from this, each at 900. Okay. Alright, let's make our last connections here. Then I can start filling this all with iron, setting up my recipes. Power plugged in. Is this the most power efficient recipe? No. Do I care? No. Same idea. Perfect. So we want iron wire. We want 18, not 180, dummy, 18. It's a lot of machines. Alright, so now I want to have a splitter here. And we need this to go into here. Here, so we're going to run another splitter here. Not the most efficient means of splitting, but I don't care. I don't do the fancy manifolding and shit like that. 2 belts evenly into 3 belts, or nah, I don't do none of that shit. It would help, I'm sure, to learn that shit if I ever played Factorio. Again, keyword, if I ever played Factorio. So that belt of iron is being used. That belt is being used. That belt is being used. Christ, do I have any iron that isn't being used yet? Right here. Alright, hold on. We may switch things up and send this belt that way and then use that belt the other way, type of thing. So we have a belt here. We have a belt there. They're all 1040 belts, so it doesn't matter. There, they're all still hooked up, but now this can be turned to go that way and tie in over there. Ta-da! Now, where do I go with this wire to get it back into the building? It takes an awful long time to construct this stuff. I think we're going to pass it right back over the top of this. Same thing both sides. And we'll go, should be right here again. I don't know if I'm going to be going up, down, or otherwise. We'll leave it right here, and I'll know. The straight belting is so good. Alright, we have our iron wire. It's all going to be going into cable. That's pretty much it. That wire, well, yeah, that wire's pretty much all going into cable, isn't it? We determined. Because I was going to use a different method for the plate. No, stitched. I think I was going to use the bolted iron plates. But we could do the stitched iron plates. That makes a nice 900 in. What about the stitched iron plates? 37.5 in. I'm sure I can downclock that to 30. If I did that, it'd be a nice 30 in. We get 30 assemblers making those. That's probably way more reinforced plates than we'll need later on, but it's an even 450 iron plates. It's not bad. I take off the line that I have going into storage. I could do that. We'll make our bolted iron or our stitched iron plates and our cable right over here. And what I can do is I can bring this over here, split it. One section goes down, the other one goes straight across. Because this is going to continue up. I can basically pass it straight across. Yeah, it blocks off some of these. Potentially. If I use this edge here. I should make a blueprint for this belt end. Yep, I should make a blueprint for the belt ends, because I'm gonna need it. Let's do that quick while I'm thinking about it. So it would be, I'll put that in the wrong spot. Be like here. Painted beam, stupid. Not V. There. I think I need to do them on the other end too, so let me go do that quick. And then, yeah, I'll pass one line of the wire around for the bolted iron or the stitched iron plates. We can pass the other wire through for cable. We'll split the one for the plates to bring some copper down for me. Bring the plates down for me. Bring the cable down for me. Yeah. Alright, like that. Let's get down here. We'll get that set up. And then that'll allow me to actually take down a lot of stuff over there once we get to that point. I'll be able to take down 1, 2, 3 processes over there, potentially. Question is that going to be enough plate, bolt of the stitched iron plate for the reinforced? The math said I was going to be making 30 of them, right? I was going to be doing this down clocked to, I said, what, 80%? Oopsie. 80% of these, 930. That's what, 4.5 times 30 is 135. And the reason I'm doing so many is for the frames. Because you end up needing an excessive number of frames. We may need to do another line of this to make frames. Potentially. Or we do some of this and some of this. But this is doubling up the number of plates we make from iron plates. So we may just need to do more wire. We'll just, I gotta confirm we're making enough plates too. That's only 450 to make 30 to make 135. And if I'm using them in this recipe here, I haven't noticed anything, Moss Frog. It probably does to an extent. Morning. Love you too, buddy. So let's see. If I'm using this recipe here, modular frames. Let's get the highest output. Though this might be the better option. It's got a lower output, but it's got a higher frame to plate ratio. But if I do this recipe, I can do 130 a minute into the recipe, leaving some for me. 8x4 signs on the columns for each storage item. Nice. I guess I need to figure out the number of modular frames I need. All the way to, because you end up using them in heavy, you use some in the versatile framework. You know, heavy then goes into fused. Fused then goes into the pressure conversion cubes. So this setup here will get slooped because I need an excessive number of those to cover the waste. I need some to make, you know, you'll need some in the plutonium fuel units. I'll need some for this. So that can actually lower my frame usage now with the sloops. Because if memory serves, I needed something like 22 of these a minute. Something like that. The recipes haven't changed that much. Yeah, see, I needed 22.4. Back here. Now, if I add uranium fuel rod, 50.4, plutonium fuel rod, it's not even showing the plutonium fuel rod. Yeah, see, it can't calculate this. It doesn't know how to calculate it. It does in 0.8. They need to fix their shit. At any rate, 22, so I can actually have it and be making a lot less of the fused frames and shit like that. That actually saves a lot of hassle with the fused frames. If I'm slooping this. I only need um, that's a lot of sloops. Shit. If I go 5 machines slooped, no, that's an assembler, sir. 2. Manufacturers are 4. Assemblers are only 2. So that actually saves a lot. So on the fused modular frames, I can be like, because this is a 1-to-1, I can be like 15. Which means I only need 15 frames for that. If I use this one here, that means, say 15, we go to 18 of the heavy modular frames. I'm not worried about the per minute, I'm just saying 18 heavy modular frames is 648 of the modular frames we need for that. So it's a significant savings on the modular frames. Which means I probably don't need near as much on these stitched iron plates. But I mean 48 modular frames a minute. Ouch. 48. Call it 50 or so, maybe 6. If I say 60, that's times 30. Be 90. So if I dedicate that one line and I pull the copper wire off of that line from my own usage, that looks like it's going to be fine. All right. I have a plan of attack. Taekwondo's attack! Alright, so what I want to do yes. Alright, now we need our sign. Wire. Fuck, I can't type. you snorting at, pup? A little big hole into the basement that I forgot to fucking close in. Do. Not worried about going with the second level rule for this, because it's literally just going a few meters, plugging into storage. Eventually, I'm gonna like cap this in with glass a little bit higher up, so you kind of see up through the floors. This will have glass on it. I don't know if I'm gonna go all the way up with the wall. I might do that. All the way up with the wall like this. Now see, that's annoying. I'm gonna have Z fighting there. I could put that. come here. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have a hyper tube dump you in there, in case you ever need to go in. That's what I'm gonna do. But it's almost 8 a.m. I need to go redeem the kitty treats for Mr. Alpaca. So we're gonna go over here. We're gonna watch this run while I get up, do the animal treats, let the dog out, feed him, do all of that good stuff. Then we're gonna go for probably, I don't know, another couple of hours, and then I've got to get off so I can go do my roofing. And good morning, CJ. I missed that message on YouTube a long time ago. My bad. Someone decided to hit the no button just for shits and giggles on the poll. I love it. Yes, puppers. Now we're gonna do them. Easy back, easy biscuit. Hello, Kristen. Hello, Drake. Where did you come from? I know where Darius was. More treats. You know what? I'm a Muppet. I'm a complete Muppet. I completely forgot to start my timer. What a Muppet. Was it 9:56? So it'd be 6 minus 39. Somewhere in that range, right? Damn it. Crap. 56 minus 40. Should be 26. No. 16. Idiot. There. Something like that. Oh. How do you... Yeah, the blueprinter and making sure you put it in the right spot to do it's really, really convoluted. It feels like they changed it from update 8, because I don't remember having to do the whole subcategory thing and make sure it's in the right heading and all that. You just kind of dragged it over to the new category and you were fine. So I feel like they changed something there and didn't tell the rest of us. Alright, so if we're gonna do... Yeah, like it really does feel like they changed it. It was like, I don't remember having to create a subcategory this and a do that. And you just did it, right? Now it feels much different. Alright, so, let's do the plate. Let's do the plate. Let's go check how much iron plate we're making. Because I want to say it's 2 different lines coming in. I'm only sending 1 to storage currently. So I can split that off to make the stitched iron plates. Or the stitched reinforced plates, whatever. So yes, I only have 1 going in. The other one is here. It's not doing anything yet. Making 630 a minute. We're going to be doing this recipe here. We're going to be running them at 80%. Makes a nice even. Be 450. That'd be way more iron plates than I need left over for anything else. So yes, we will do that recipe there. It already goes down into the basement. We just need to bring them across. Make sure I fill back in my hole I made. I did make a hole, right? I did, yes. Alright, so from the basement, plates are here. Well, shit, that's awkward. Damn it, that's awkward. I took them off the wrong side. this away. There we go. It's an assembler I need, I believe. Assemblers. What do we get for blueprints on the assemblers? I can do 3 of the 10s right in a row. I center that up there. I could probably do 3 of them right in a row. Two, yep. More than enough room for 3 in a row. Let's actually, yeah, we'll just do this. Make these in. Go. Of course I did that. Enough. Alright, we still gotta plumb together all the outputs, that's fine. Need mergers. We're gonna plumb them all so that we just do one of these. We'll do a loop with it. Mr. Dadson coming in with a doggo naming. Big old dog. Well, I will add it to the list, Dadson. But, fortunately, the list cannot be completed until such time as we get mods and I can spawn them to fill in the doggo cages. But it is on the list. It will remain on the list until such a time as I can do that. Just to let you know. Because until I can defeat the creature limit of 20, no enemy creatures spawn in the world right now. Well, no creatures of any kind spawn in the world. I don't get any more of the space ticks. There's no spiders, there's no piggies, there's no nothing. I think it's rather dumb, to be honest with you. It's going to take a while for this to filter in and fill up. Is what it is. It's got plenty of time. That'll filter in. We're making our stitched iron plates. We can start looking at dropping these through the floor. So what I'm going to do is we're actually going to put a smart splitter in. I'll do this number. Nothing out the front. We'll go out that side, and this will be overflow. If I even go down, I may end up going just into the wall and down a little ways. I might go up, actually. I don't know. Leave that alone. All the changes in Easy of Life in version 1. I don't really miss many mods either. Mr. Vito, how are you doing, sir? Hey, handsome. Daddy just needs his water bottle. It absolutely is, MacGyver. You're not wrong. I don't miss many mods at all. Decorative mods is what I miss. That's pretty much it. That's what I miss the most, is having decorative mods. Hey, Darius. What are you doing any of them? So, you know, it's that I miss, is the decorative mods. 135. Which even that isn't like a huge miss. Of course, you're upside down. Oh, absolutely. It's amazing to see what PodCac can do with vanilla shit. It's absolutely phenomenal. But that doesn't, there we go, just like that. It still doesn't account for, like, structural solutions. Some of the placeable decorations. That's like the mods that I miss. Now, don't get me wrong, I do miss having my 12x12 blueprinter because it lets you make nice little compact tight things on a scale. But you can absolutely take that 4x4 blueprinter and make a blueprint for this. You just have to space things out a little more. Given the size of the factory I'm building, spacing isn't as it's not as required. You know, spacing isn't as much of an issue. There is a 5x5, and then in tier 9 Dadson, there's a 6x6 blueprinter. I use a lot of 5x5 blueprints for a lot of the stuff I do, 100%. But in update 8, I had a modded 12x12, so that's where I get, things like this. This was done on a 12x12 blueprinter. All as one blueprint. So, yeah, I mean, it's not as critical as it was in update 8, because I had a much smaller, more compact factory and things like that. But at the end of the day, like MacGyver said, I don't really miss many mods other than like the decorative shit I used to have access to. I miss that. You know, there were different wall types, different window types, different structural solutions is one of the ones I really miss. Beyond that, though, it's like I don't miss the inventory one. I've very rarely, if ever, come into a situation where I'm like, well, shit, I don't have enough inventory space, because the dimensional storage fixes that. Dimensional storage, you don't need infinite storage. Unless you just don't want to run around and pick up Mercer spheres. Very rarely do I run out of material where I have to sit back and go, oh, gee, I wish I had more storage space. Because one thing you can do to affect that is literally just add more dimensional storages of something. Biggest one I run out of is concrete. Guess what? But for the Mark V belt here, I get 960 a minute upload. That's pretty fucking fast. I do miss the one that picked up all of the crates. I miss that one. That was a really nice mod to have. Just so I didn't have to worry about I'm erasing a bunch of shit and suddenly there's a crate stuck under something or whatever. I miss that one. But it's not by any means like I need it to play. So, you know, it feels... One of these fucking holes. This one. It feels good the way the game is right now. Having access to some of my decorative stuff would certainly be nice. But, I mean, like, other than, you know, like when I'm building out the factory floor, I never need to worry about going to get materials. So, you know, I mean, the game feels really good. There's some quirkiness and there's some bugs, sure. But all in all, I'm really enjoying the game. And ads. Item teleport mod. See, I enjoy making the trains. One thing I need to figure out is where I want to put a drone port attached to this building, because I want a drone port. I think I'm going to stick it over here to the east, kind of up in the air, make a big pad. That or to the north. I don't know which one I want to do. Probably the east. Build like a big drone pad and have it, you know, one of my belt highways attaching the drone pad right into like here. Boom. I'll bring it in like right here or something. Just have it go out and have a big pad for the drone stuff. I do need to redo the trains within this section. But right now, I'm trying to clean up stuff over here. Yeah, I mean, as long as you know how to work the signals and stuff, it really isn't that hard to run the trains. You just need to make sure you're taking things off of an edge and stuff like that. You know, not having it all on. All right, so we can get rid of this, of all of this now. Yeah, I'm that we can get rid of that now. Clean up all of this now. Hey, now we can finish our support. Fuck yeah. We will be tapping this node to bring it into the plant eventually. Same with that node and these nodes over here. All that's going to get tapped and brought in. I'm just trying to make sure we set things up. You can go in there. You can go in there. You can go in there. Perfect. You and you, I guess. There. That cleans up a few things. We can now also get rid of this. And this. And that. And that. And that. And that. There we go. Clean up a few more things. There we go. I'll put those in storage back at my base for now. I'll let that do that. This is there, fine. There's that. All right. We've got that mostly cleaned up. That's good. Next order of business, we need to go clean up while we're at it. Let's go clean up the steel quick. We can get rid of a good chunk of what's over there because we don't need the pipes anymore. We don't need the beams anymore. What's left for the... Yeah, we can clean up a good chunk of what's over here. And then at some point, we'll figure out how we're going to get it back to the main factory. Likely via Belt Highway, we'll bring all of those nodes together. This is like 6 nodes. Do this, then we'll get back to the plant, keep going, but we'll have cleaned up some stuff, which is good. We like cleaning stuff up. What I'm gonna have to do is we're gonna have to put down a awesome sink. So we can put you there. I can go into there. You can go there. Alright, there's that, and the beams. We can cut this off. Matter of fact, we barely need any of these encased beams. 36. Cut one of you off completely. There. That. Did I? I don't know. Alright. There's that. Morning there, Anime Dave. So we got quite a bit cleaned up there. Given what we've got for encased industrial beams right there, I say I'm gonna go shut down the limestone over here. And we're gonna dump the concrete from here. Like I said, at some point I will come through here with a belt highway. go. That was weird. Whoops, I accidentally put something on that belt I shouldn't have. Oh, no, never mind. It just stopped because it's emptying this belt instead. Like, what did I do? What did I do? Alright, we got plenty there. We'll leave that for the time being until we can get our encased industrial beams going on the other end. We can get rid of all of this stuff. We'll do this now. Yeah, have to get some shopping and leave the stream. Sounds good there, Mr. MacGyver. Appreciate you stopping by as always. Very appreciative of the lurk as well, sir. Loops, those can all go. Those, I think, yep, those are full. So we'll reserve those for a few. Let's speed this up, shall we? There we go. I'll speed things up a little bit. There. I'll bring these back because I don't really need them for much, but we'll hold on to them anyway until I can start them up at the other end. I'll be able to clean the inventory up pretty quick as soon as I get over there anyway with the... We'll drop the Nobelisks off. So on. I just want to be able to let these dump out quick while we're here. Oh, these are going to be a while. We'll just let them run. There we go. Yep. Burp. Fix my horn here for a second. Alright, that can run for a while. Because that's going to need more than a few minutes to clear itself out. Let's go work on cable. Encased industrial beams, which we're going to need more pipe for. Which part of the out of ore news? I did see it. You know, I mean, I read it, but nothing kind of jumped out at me. They did add some bigger excavators. I did log in for a little bit and look at those. I didn't really look at the map zoom, to be honest with you, to see how that changed. And of course, I didn't actually jump in and drive around at all, so I don't know how much better these feel. Yeah, the bigger excavators, I did see those. They're, what, 8,000 series? They're double the size of the 4,000s. And then, of course, they also tweaked old excavator prices. Dirt. Visual dirt. I haven't played around with it enough to look at that. The stair rail collisions is good. I think that'll be helpful. Didn't really look at the quests, to be honest with you. Menus, I didn't notice much with the menus other than now it looks like there's more information there to, like, tell you what's what. But yeah, I caught the news. I actually want to get back to playing some Out of Ore and some Farm Sim. Now that I've gotten so far into Satisfactory and dumped 300 hours into it in the last couple weeks, as I do, I'm going to start mixing some Farm Sim and Out of Ore back in, I think. Hey, Junior, how you doing? Just now noticing his comment. I want to make some more storage boxes. This is a good spot for him. So what you do is you do a foundation. One of these, you do yeah, that'll work. Like that. Now we have a little more space in my inventory. At least until at some point we need to go make the ammunition factory as well. But next we need cable. I kind of want to put it next to the plates because I know I'm not going to need any more of the stitched iron plates. This, you know, I'm not going to need any more reinforced plates than what I'm making. So I kind of want to put cable over here. And then I can just pass this right through like I did the other side. Hell, it's still filling. Love you too, buddy. It's still filling all the copper wire. Mainly because I don't have the Mark 6 belts. But that's fine. I'm good with it. Yeah, then I can take that and pass it likely upstairs for the next set of stuff. So let's look at... yeah, what I'll do is I'm going to mark this out for right here. As though it's going to go into the wall there. And cable. With rubber. That's a... Oh, wait. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. This one. 20 with 600 rubber a minute. I am not making 600 rubber a minute to make that much cable. That'd only be 450. So I would need a lot more rubber to make this happen. We can go set up the refinery to start bringing in rubber as well. What else would we use rubber in? Because I would use this recycled... I'm going to do the recycled rubber, recycled plastic, backfeeding into each other. I plan on doing that at that refinery. But that's what I want to look at. What else are we going to be using it in? Be using it here. Not that recipe. The Caterium computer, most likely, yes. We would be using quite a few there. Call it maybe 100, maybe 200 a minute there. Might be using it in the oscillators. I don't know what I'm going to use for my recipe on the oscillators, but I know we need to get it. Yeah, heat sinks. Heat exchangers. Going to use quite a bit of it there. So say maybe 300 there. Hey, Red, how you doing? So let's call it 300 on the heat exchangers. We'll go 360. 360 on the heat exchangers. The Caterium computers. Call that another 250. Now we're at about 600. Then we would need 600 for the cable, so we need about 1,200 a minute. I mean, there's going to be a little bit used up in a modular engine. So we're around about 1,200 a minute right now. I think I'm going to stick with the base recipe on this. Because I've got extra reinforced plates, cables, and yada, yada, yada. So we're going to stick with that. So, around about 1,200 a minute. Nice. I'd be into, to throw a screenshot on my Discord for that there, Mossfrog. Be interested in taking a look. Alright, so we're around about 1,200 a minute. I think right now I'm only making 200 a minute from over there. Something like that. So I'm using this recipe. Yeah, 200 a minute right now for rubber from over there. Really not much. So I'm going to need at least 1,000 a minute from the refinery. That's a lot of rubber. Do I instead just go to... Let's think about this for a second. Do I instead just go to a standard cable recipe? I guess the big thing is, how much cable do I need? Because that really determines... that really determines on what I'm going to be doing, right? I mean, we're going to have a little bit used up here. You know, one machine maybe. High-speed connectors. We go this one here. 50 a minute. The crystal oscillators. We're not going to have many of those. You could call it 200 cable a minute tops there. So we don't need a ton of cable, actually. I don't need to do the rubber cable. I've got 900 a minute coming in. I'm getting 450 cable out. So a little bit for me and wiring and doing all that shit. 50 there leaves me 400. We do use a lot of high-speed connectors though, don't we? I think maybe I do a half and half. Maybe that's what I'd do. Maybe I split it in half. I like that, Moss Frog. That looks good. Check this out, chat. That looks pretty good. So I'm guessing this is a 48 slot storage. You have the top on the you have some of it going into your dimensional storage. You have those. That looks good. So fed from this train station above, so it feeds down into here and into here. I like that. Thinking I split it up. That way it needs a lot less rubber. Or do I bring some heavy oil back and use this recipe? Oh, trust me, I know, Moss Frog. I know. Maverick Mediocre Gaming coming in with a raid. Welcome in, everybody. How was your stream, Maverick? What were you up to in Satisfactory today? For those joining, we are currently working on the Mega Factory. We're thinking through cable right now. How much will I need? What process do we want to make with it? Just hit phase 2? Nice. Nice. Yeah, we're just really thinking things through right now, because I've got 900 copper wire a minute available to make cable with. I'm trying to suss out how much cable I'm gonna actually use, so I know what recipes I need. Welcome in, Josie. Fistmaster, how you doing? This is Aussie Forces here, or he'd make us look at his factory again. Yep, I understand that. So let's see. No, 900 a minute on one side of my wire. So this side here is making 900 a minute. This side here is making another 900 a minute. This goes into my personal storage for building, as well as stitched iron plates. Yeah, it's a mega factory, Maverick. It's the numbers are gonna be ridiculous on it. I'll kind of go down a floor to where my smelting is starting to come in. This is my bauxite right now. I'm going to have 8 of these setups in total. I'm gonna have 6 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then I'm gonna have a couple on the other side. And I'll do a couple over here. Train stations on the first floor here. So I have it set up where I'm going to have 6 different train loops leaving this building. They'll all be heading out in different directions to gather resources and bring them all back here as raw resources. Then they go up into a storage floor. Be all the resources coming in. That then goes to a belting floor where I have a little kind of centralized storage of items as I make them. And then from there up goes to smelting, raw material processing. Next floor up is going to be basic materials, making concrete, making concrete's on the first floor, but making things like steel beams and iron plates and steel pipe, basic single process items. Next floor up will be slightly more complex, like frames, modular frames and stuff like that, circuit boards and so on. And you get your alclad sheets here. I'm going to be adding in like the aluminum casing and stuff like that on this floor. So the idea will be floor after floor going up. Down that way is my turbo fuel power plant. I make 3,600 turbo fuel a minute into a power plant, 480 generators over there. Up there in the distance where you can just barely see it is my coal power plant. I have 120 coal generators over there. Some overclock, some not. Makes about 13,000 megawatts of power. That there is my biomass burners / power restart building. The idea, if my grid goes down, I can use this building to restart my coal. The coal plus that building restarts the turbo fuel. Once the turbo fuel's online, I can bring my train network online. Then that'll all help eventually with the nuclear setup I'm going to be doing. I plan to do a max uranium use on this run. So 1,800 uranium a minute will be processed into fuel rods. The waste will be processed into plutonium fuel rods. The plutonium waste into fixonium, so on. Right now I'm making about 143,000 megawatts of power. Max consumption, I'm around 44,000, so we're just kind of building things out. I've got a lot of blueprints I've been using for things like the train network, these pillars, these support beams. I have big belt highways that I did, all with supports. Of course, my fuel power plant I have all done up nice. But this playthrough, I've gone much more decorative, like building things out nice looking than I have in the past. I've started the process of color coordinating my trains and train stations. Let's catch a ride with this. This is my Continuum train heading way down the coast. This here is all of the crude oil on the Gold Coast, all 2,700 a minute, being turned into heavy oil. Some of the heavy oil gets turned into petroleum coke. The resin goes into this building here, where it's turned into rubber, plastic, cloth. That all goes into a storage building where some of it goes into dimensional storage. The rest goes out to my train station to be brought back to the main factory. The train station's also bringing in a bunch of sulfur. If it can't go into storage, it gets sunk. I'm also taking some of the turbo fuel, using some of the plastic to make packages and sending that out. Then, of course, the sulfur, the heavy oil residue, and the petroleum coke is coming in here. We're making some diluted fuel, turbo blend, all out to my power tower. Yeah, I decided to, like, poke buildings through, or, you know, like the blenders, so I could see the top of the blender and stuff like that. Just changing things up. I have all my pipes come out of the building, under the water, come into here. All the generators are underlit. I've had a few people join me here and there in multiplayer, but mostly alone. This started out... Hey, the Vink. I started fresh on 1.0. I still have not had a chance to come over and address. There is some plumbing issues that I've got to iron out. Things aren't quite flowing like they should be. Which is why my power isn't steady. It kind of fluctuates a little bit, but I'm on around 240 hours on the save. Again, like all of this, if you look, blueprint, blueprint, blueprint. So it's just a matter of slap them together, put the generator on them, wire them up, and you're good to go. Like I said, under here, I've got, I can't really see that. That was a bad idea. I've got screens, billboards underneath there. So everything's underlit. This would have been the easier way to do it. I made these up myself back in Update 7. Then I refined them in 1.0. Back when we got the blueprinter initially in 1.0, or in Update 7, I made like these little pads and the central structures and stuff. Then with 1.0, now that we can go a little bigger, I refined the idea. I added a lot of lights to it. Some of the new windows and things like that. None of those were in my original blueprints. So, you know, obviously, like, some of the Windows stuff, I tried to do a lot different. You know, none of the buildings are similar. Changing up the windows and things like that, so each building's kind of a little more unique in how they're set up. Overlapping some windows so you get different effects. Hello, Kistin. underlighting and things like that. Making these neat little archways and having different, pillars and supports and all that stuff. Trying to be a lot more architectural this time around. I made up blueprints for the little train station hubs. But the idea is everything's going to be centralized with the exception of a weapons factory, a refinery on the north coast. That, of course, is my power building, so it's off by itself. But the idea is everything manufacturing-wise happens here. Come on, I heard a train. I thought it's coming this way. It is. Another one of my sulfur trains. So, this is my power switching building. I tried to mimic the colors of the alien power augmenter. But the idea is I can come in here, I can drop off wood, mycelia, and all that stuff. It gets made automatically into solid biofuel, which provides all of the biomass burners now that they're beltable. But in the event of a power failure, I can disconnect everything, turn on the biomass burners, send it to the coal power. Once it's running, send it to the turbo fuel power. Once that's running, turn on my rail network, turn on the nuclear power section, then turn the main factory back on. I'm going to have a battery backup building. And then I'm going to have one line going out to my North Coast refinery. So it's on its own separate line, and the ammo factory will also be on its own separate line. That way I can kind of turn things back on in phases. Like I said, I've got blueprints for all of this stuff. Makes putting together real quick and easy. Then the coal power plant, where I tried to do a little bit more with lighting. This was the first real building I built this playthrough, where we started to actually like worry about structure stuff and doing some lighting and making things look all neat and complete. So I lit up the water pipes coming upstairs. I have 3 runs of 40 coal burners. 16 of them are overclocked by 66%. The rest are at standard speeds, which utilizes almost the entirety of a 780 belt of coal. What's up, Gamer for Life? I have not started that yet, Dr. Sum. The nuclear setup is the eventual goal. It's gonna be probably a few hundred hours off, but that's my challenge is the max nuclear setup. So we're kind of just rolling along a little bit towards that goal. That's why the factory is so big, so it can handle producing everything I need for that. Ultimately, right in that area is going to have a fuel rod factory. I'll send everything I need but the uranium over there. The uranium is going to go direct to the fuel rod factory. It's not going to come to this factory here. I'll have a little drone port set up, and all the uranium will be brought into that building by drone, where it'll be processed into the uranium fuel rods, and all of the nuclear processing will happen in that area. So anything else, electromagnetic control rods, whatever might be needed for that, will come from this factory. So here, like the Belt Highway. So the idea is everything within range of these 4 radar towers will come back into the building via Belt Highway. You know, everything in this circle here. If it's just outside the circle and I'm already there like it is for over here, then I'll grab those extra couple nodes. Same with up here. I'm going to grab these extra couple nodes and stuff. Beyond that, it's going to be set up with satellite locations for my train network. That's where like I have the loop of trains right now running down here, and they come in here and they're grabbing all of these materials in these areas, or what I want from these areas. Like over here, we're grabbing the Caterium, the copper. We're grabbing these 2 iron nodes. They're all coming back via train. I have 2 train stations here. I also come down here where I have a couple train stations for this coal, iron, copper. That's all coming back. Crap on my eyes. Likewise, I'll have another train loop, one that comes out right now, comes up this way for this sulfur and the coal, the copper and coal here. It's going to come out and service my ammo factory. I'm going to have one that's going to pick up a bunch of the bauxite up here. So that loop, you know, that'll come out and loop and take a bunch of stuff. I'll have a couple of other train loops coming out, servicing areas, just bringing everything back as I need to. And this will grow floor by floor as I need stuff. I'm hoping to keep all of my smelting, like the raw ore processing, on that first floor. Anything done with refineries will be done down there. That's why it's so tall. But as you can see, I've got a lot of space to add smelting stuff. So I'm trying to use the most efficient processes right now. But as things fill up, if I need different process, you know, if I need to adapt, I can. You know, everything's lit within the ceilings, within the floors. I got lights in there. Oh, Nope, not in there. Lights in that one. There's lights in that one. This way, things are all nice and brightly lit. I just haven't finished out this floor because crystal oscillators. So we're slowly bringing things online. Most of what I've done prior to this factory was just in a bootstrap spaghetti mess. You know, enough of things to get stuff done. I need to go check on the doggos. See if they bring me anything good. Every time I do that. Yeah, kind of. I've got all the ore comes in, and then it gets spread out throughout a couple different floors. It's not a traditional bus, per se. I've done things kind of unique. Welcoming Clover's Drop. I know a lot of people come here, you know, have spent a lot of time in Factorio. I have not. So, until recently, the idea of the, you know, a bus was kind of a foreign concept. Alright, you can go in there, you can go in there, you can go in there. You can probably fit in there. The rest that's gonna have to stay in my inventory. So, like I was saying, I've got a storage floor. As things come in, raw ingredients, whatever, they come into storage. Beyond this floor, I have a belt floor. So moving things from A to B, B to C, whatever needs to happen. As it goes up from here, and of course I would happen to come up inside the frickin' thing, I have these pillars where I can process things up and down, left and right throughout the building. So if I need something upstairs, what have you, things can come and go as they're needed. They can pass left and right. So it's not a traditional bus where things just keep moving down the line. It's a haphazard, I'm going to make this in this corner and that in that corner and move things around. I'm sure it's wildly inefficient. But we need to think on this cable situation. I'm not going to have near enough rubber, I think, to run a full amount of that. Because that would be a lot. Hey, Taco, how you doing, buddy? you guys aren't already following Mr. Taco, go give that man a follow. Amazing streamer, plays a lot of Satisfactory, doing an excellent job over there, raising a lot of money for the kids at Boston Children's Hospital, I believe it is. That's another thought I had, Mossfrog, too, was running the coated cable. I'd have to bring back the heavy oil residue from... which I could do and pump it up via the train. How much would I need? 24 of those. We go evenly into 24. $67.5. That's a lot of cable. That's a significant amount. We'd only need to bring 360? Really? That's really not a lot of heavy oil residue. It's really not. And I've got the train running back and forth. That might be the idea. We drop this down in, bring it back out on the refinery floor, do it up. It comes back in as 2 lines of, what would it be, 810, I think. So we'd have 2 lines of 12. I could do it right here. We just need to go set up one of the trains to bring 360 heavy oil residue back here. Now hold up, let's think. I plan on taking the refinery, and it's going to make a lot of diluted fuel. I want to make rocket and ionized fuel there. The diluted fuel is going to be used for making a lot of recycled rubber and plastic. So we're going to need a lot of that done there. One underrated spot that I do plan on utilizing that's going to have a lot of excess heavy oil residue is where I want to make my ammo factory. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking leave the North Coast for doing the rubber and fuel and diluted fuel and all, all that stuff there. The spot where I want to make my ammo factory is right over here. You get that nice crude section right here. And normally I make my rifle ammo and things like that. We would ship a few things up there to make ammo, put it direct into storage, and that's all it would do up there, is make ammo. Turbo rifle ammo, homing ammo, that type of stuff. So I could transfer the turbo rifle ammo, or the turbo fuel up, for making turbo rifle ammo. We would have to send up some... I don't usually use homing rifle ammo. For me, it's regular rifle or turbo rifle. I know Dresch and them, some of them use homing rifles, so we could always make it while we're up there. But it would mostly be Nobelisks, cluster Nobelisks, turbo, and regular rifle ammo. So for Nobelisks, we'd have to send up some pipe. We would have to send up some sulfur, because I could make black powder up there. So we would send up pipe, sulfur, turbo fuel, because pipe and sulfur would get me that done. We got two items going up. We would have to send up some copper sheets. Turbo fuel. High-speed connectors, and bring back heavy oil residue. We could do that. It's going to mean sidetracking before we get back to the cable. But that might be the play. Is let's go set up our ammo factory, get that all rolling up there. We would need to bring up those couple of items. I still have to unlock the turbo rifle ammo. I've just been lazy about it. I haven't done it. So I would need to make steam copper sheets too. So we need to get that done. So we can do the cable, the steam sheets. Yeah, I just haven't bothered to grab the casings and the rifle ammo. I have like none left in here. We can handcraft some so we can get that unlocked, I guess. All right. Yeah, I think it's time we go make the rifle ammo factory. We need to dedicate 2 train stations to it. I've already got the junction in place. We can roll off, dump 2 train stations there. I'm gonna need to do... You know what? What if we do a 4-station setup, kind of the way I did the
Turbo rifle ammo unlocked. The pioneer ammo of choice when obstacles are numerous and time is short. Panic and imminent death often negatively affect human accuracy, so this ammo meets the human experience with fix-it efficiency.
Fantastic. Because ultimately, I don't make a lot of ammo. I make very little. Because you don't really use much. But I want the ammo factory anyway. So most of what's up there could come back here. I'd also have polymer resin left over up there too, from making heavy oil. I might make like a 4 or a 5 station spot up next to that. Because if I made a centralized train hub right here to bring stuff back and forth, we could make... Loving it. I'm only gonna go for another little bit here, and then I'm gonna.
Okay, well, I'm gonna take Debbie and get some of the dumb stuff done.
Okie dokie. Alright, so yeah, we could do a centralized hub here. I can bring the bauxite back to this location. We can bring stuff up and down. That might be the remainder of this hub. So we get the bamboo sulfur running out of this. It's only what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. I've got 8 potential out of here. Yeah, if I made a massive train hub here, collected everything back to that hub from here, plus brought up the stuff I needed for ammo, I could have one train dedicated to bringing excess heavy oil residue back here. We could then process that into the cable, and so on. Let's take a quick look at the interactive map. Whoops. Over here. Interactive map. Where are you? Because I don't remember how much oil is up here. We're gonna go toggle this, toggle this, toggle this. Because we need to get all the bauxite back. We've got this oil here I planned on doing some stuff with. I can use that salt, that coal. We need to bring a little bit of sulfur up here. Matter of fact, I could probably bring some of that coal back. 6, 9. There's 1350 oil up there. I don't have the space here to do this. Let's say I could just convert it, you know, bring it back as a crude. Have a crude train coming back with it all. $13.50's quite a few refineries. We'd have 45 refineries for that here. It's a lot. That's a lot. I would need 3 lines just to do that. Then what do I do with all the polymer resin? Because that's going to require more refineries. But you know what? I know this tends to make the most efficient process going straight to straight to heavy. But if I took all of that crude, converted it straight to rubber and heavy oil here, That's still a lot of heavy oil residue for making cable. I can take the heavy oil residue, I can't really do much with it's the resin that you make extra stuff with. What do you do with the excess heavy oil residue? I mean, I could be making smokeless powder with it, coated cable with it. I could make some diluted fuel for making frames. I could turn it into petroleum coke, yes. But there is some use for the fuel. I could turn the fuel into, I could use this heat fused frames recipe. It would save me a shit ton of aluminum casings. Then I don't have to turn aluminum ingots into casings. I can just go straight into a frame with it. I'm not making them currently. But I know the alternate recipe is really decent for them. You make a shit ton of casings. And when I make them, I will be using the assembler as the recipe for that. But I'm trying to think. 50 ingots versus 50 casings. And this is just nitrogen gas. Because it is more efficient to do the alternate recipe there if you have the nitric acid and the fuel on hand. Because this, you know, even if you do this, there's still some loss in the recipe. Yeah, it's less products to deal with, absolutely, because you don't have to turn the nitrogen gas into nitric acid and so on. I'm just trying to think of uses if I were to bring all of that crude back here and then convert it all, you know, what do I do with that 1350 crude once it's back here? Obviously, I need heavy oil residue for making the coated cable. We can use it to bring in some extra product. But, like, what do I do with that 1350? I mean, because that's a lot of crude. If I'm going to bring it back here, I want to do something with it. Obviously, I need some of it to be made into ammo products. Yeah, that's what I'm looking like. Maybe I just go straight to rubber and plastic with it all. And that leaves the heavy oil residue to make the cable out of and stuff like that. But I need to have a way of fully utilizing this heavy oil that I make from here. So if I split it up, I mean 1350 doesn't necessarily split nice, but because it's 45, I would have to kind of do the math on it all. And I'm going to use way more plastic than I am rubber, so leaning heavier to that side over this side. I guess what I do is I set it up, bring back the heavy oil, or bring back, or I should say, bring back the crude. We convert the crude into plastic and rubber. Yeah, it doesn't use a ton of heavy oil. And then you don't use a ton of heavy oil necessarily for the cable, because looking at that, there wasn't a whole lot of usage there. Because you need to make smokeless powder. And the coated cable. It was... $24. So 360. We're not using a lot of heavy oil for this. At all. And then over here on the smokeless powder, you're using very little smokeless powder. So very little heavy oil residue goes that way. Yeah, well, that's what I'm looking at. Like, I'm not going to use much here. So, say 100 tops. And that's if I create a sink to get rid of the smokeless powder. Because there's going to be a backup. Once the ammo is full, it's, you know, it's not going anywhere. I should say I'd need a sink on the ammo, not the smokeless powder. That way it never stops. So that would be 460 between the two of them. Yeah, well, you absolutely have to sink the end products to keep things running, because you don't want it to back up. So we need to use up 1350 into a combination of these two products to total out to 460. That's 45. 44 into plastic and 1 into rubber. Is exactly the 460. Yeah, I could go 44 into plastic, 1 into rubber. And utilize exactly the right amount of heavy oil. It's not a lot of rubber. I can get more rubber coming in from the other end. Unless I take some heavy oil here. You know, we go a little more rubber heavy to get a little extra heavy oil. We take some to turn it into diluted fuel. You know, not a lot. And then we use the diluted fuel to do some of the recycled plastic and rubber. Just to boost my gains here. We do the math out to figure out exactly. Yeah. Because if I did 3 blenders, it'd be 300 diluted fuel, which would let me run 5 of each of these. You know, it's really minor here. So I would need 150 of the heavy oil residue on top of this. So I need a combination of these two to get me 610 heavy oil. Yeah, I certainly could. My plan is to have petroleum coke coming in via the North Coast refinery. I have that set up to make a massive amount of petroleum coke that should be enough for my needs. So let's see what combination here gets us to 610. Or maybe even 640. 640 is an easier number to hit, which would give me 4 blenders, 400. That makes for odd numbers later on with the recycled plastic. Because those numbers are an even 30. Unless I overclock just a little bit. If I do that number, it overclocks. I can make my even. We're good to go. So we need to come up with a combination of plastic and rubber to make 640 on this. Do 10, and we have 45 at our disposal. Funny numbers. If we do 11 here, that's 220 and 340. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. We do 15, that gets us 300 here. Which leaves 30, so that's 600. We do 18 would be 360, right? $32 and 16. Oh, thank you there, Serene Death. It's still growing. It's still growing out. It's getting there. 32 and 16. That'd be what, 32 and 16. You're damn good at this math shit there, Moss Frog. No, it's That's what, 32 plastic, 16 rubber? Heavy goes to coated cable and diluted fuel. Coated cable goes to coated cable, diluted fuel, and And then, there we go. Keeping notes. Well, polymer resin is going to be North Coast. That. I'll deal with it over there. For now, you know, I'll sink the polymer resin. Eventually, I'll have an area where I'll turn the polymer resin into more plastic or rubber or whatever I might need. But that's going to be done at the major refinery over that way. Can't quite make it out from over here, but it will be over there. So I'm hoping we have enough area right here to do all of that processing. I have until that line there. Hopefully I have enough room for that processing. We should. We should, especially if I overclock some shit, things like that, to save some space. We'll get that all done, so I'll need to go set up the extractor, get all that done, a train station there to bring the oil back. We'll do it on 3 separate cars. We can bring it all up into the plant. That way we make sure we have our flow. So it'll just be pumped right up, brought in here. Bam, 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 bam. All of it's going to be done right there. The wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. The belt floor, I will do some... We'll do some sink overflow. We'll do some sinks in here if need be. On this floor, I think they can fit without sticking through the ceiling here. Yes, they do fit on this floor, so we can have some sinks as needed to make sure we're not backing things up. Take the rubber and plastic coming in from over there, plus the rubber and plastic we're making. Yep. Yeah, I'll have one pipe going over to the coated cable. And then the other pipe will be going over to the diluted fuel. I'll just need to make sure I split my piping up on the heavy oil so that it works out well. I'll also be doing the smokeless powder too, so we'll have to do that one up in such a way that it nicely splits out the oil. Because the coated cable is going to be using 390. God damn it. $300 for the heavy oil residue. There. So I can have, unfortunately, the 32 and the 16 don't make for nice, you know, send one line here, one line there type deal. I'll have to have one of those. Actually, no. It can work out nicely. What I'll do is 30 of the plastic refineries go into one pipe. That pipe then goes out for my coated cable. The other 2 plastic plus the rubber go into a single pipe. That single pipe goes to diluted fuel and smokeless powder. Because my refineries can all just be in a batch of 45. And then from there, whatever, you know, I split things up from there. I'll make a nice 45. So it'll be 22, 22, and one on the end type deal. Because I can get what? This is 16. I can slide a little closer in that direction, and I should be able to get maybe 17. I should be able to get them all in. I'll mess with some overclocking shenanigans, but I'll basically have it all set up like that as one big line of crude oil coming in, feeding. I'm going to have to feed it in separate pipes, I know that. But I can feed it up in a couple places to keep it all evened out production-wise. And then it's just a matter of dealing with the residuals and how I pipe them all up. Because I could realistically just run 32 out through here. So it wouldn't take up any more space than what you see for one of these iron lines. I overclock the plastic side, keep the rubber side normal, so that gets me my refineries. Go from there. Actually, you've got 32 and 16 on that. That's 48. That math don't jive, Mossfrog. Because I'm only going to have 45 refineries. I'd be short 150 on the crude oil. Yeah, that's 640 heavy oil out is what I need. But I only have 1350 crude in. Yeah, that's the sticking point. Well, I'll have to work on that math. I'll work on that math off stream so when I get back next time, we can just jump right into it. We're gonna raid out. I've got to go get started on my roofing project. I've waffled on too long today. But we did make some pretty big progress. We've got our goals set. We know where we're heading with the next chunk. Yeah, it's gonna be 1350. However I plummet back, whatever works out nicely. It may be 3 runs of 450. It's all going to depend on what I've got for nodes to get back into a car. But, yeah, we're going to raid out. I got to get going. We'll be kicking off the next stream. I'll still be in the suit for another 4 hours. But we're going to go raid over to our good friend, Mr. Average Viking. He is doing his 12-hour 4K special. He's giving away FS25 with his little splash game. So make sure you guys are trying to hit the little pool. Looks like he's playing on... He's in some FS22 now. He did do some Euro Truck. Looks like he's bouncing around today. Should be good times. But while I get this raid started, I want to say a big thank you to everybody that's come and hung out with me. Means a lot. Greatly appreciated. Boomhauer, Maverick, thank you guys for the raids. We'll be back again hopefully tomorrow. Depends on how I feel. Where we will be tackling the next phase of the project here on the Mega Factory, which is going to be that oil refinery. Till then, though, I want y'all to take care, stay safe, have a fantastic rest of your day. Go give some love to the average Viking. And hopefully, we'll catch you next time. Take care, everybody.